still scoring 100%. And so here's what we have right now. This is the chess results page. We have 7 players still with a perfect score. Andrew Tang is playing white against Rahul. Oliver Barboza playing white against David Brodsky. Liam Putnam playing Maxim Novik. And Mikola Bortnik playing white against Gabor Nagy. So the first 4 boards are just pretty crazy. And Andrew Tang is not on the premises yet, it seems. He's playing white against Rahul. This game has not yet started. Oliver Barboza is playing white against David Brodsky on board number 2. Knight f3, c5, c4, knight c6. Knight c3 and e6. We have an English opening, symmetrical variation. Normally, white decides if he's going to open up the position immediately with d4, or if he's going to fianchetto the light squared bishop. It's also possible to go for option C and play e3 followed by d4, aiming to recapture with a pawn on d4. That is possible as well. What's going on, Ranga? Liam Putnam, Maxim Novik has not yet started. Mikola Bortnik, who loves himself a king's pawn opening. He likes to play 4. He likes to go for it. We actually have footage of the playing hall this time, and thanks to Kelvin and Miguel, the tech guys that are always holding my hand, thanks to them, we're going to have the playing hall together with the board here at our main screen, which is pretty cool. So we have Ukraine versus Hungary on board number 3. And Bortnik goes for the Spanish opening, as he is known to do. I prefer the Spanish myself compared to the Italian. The Italian is more, we can say, it's just very trendy nowadays. It's not better than the Spanish by any means, but the thing with the Italian that's making it so popular is its flexibility. You know, when you play the Italian opening as white, the game develops at a slower pace, which makes the variations less critical and less tactical. That allows for more flexibility, less friction early on, and that is a good way to kind of like dodge engine preparation. But we could say the positions tend to be similar, somewhat similar, when you play the Spanish or the Italian. But if you play the Spanish, the positions, they get a little bit more critical, because when you play the bishop to b5, you are actually already threatening on paper to win a pawn. And so black is always reacting to the threat. And because of that, the lines become a little bit more specific. My dear student Aaron is asking, so my favorite line in the Spanish, well, since I am mostly on the white side of the Spanish, I have always enjoyed playing the main tabia, Aaron, which is when white plays a rook to e1 here, which threatens to win the pawn on e5 for real now because the e4 pawn is now defended. So black plays b5, bishop to b3, d6, c3, kingside castling. And now white can opt to play d4, allowing bishop g4, or white can play h3 first, stopping that. So I love this diagram right here. I can't get enough of it. Even if white plays h3, and now black plays bishop b7, that's the Zaitsev variation. If black plays knight b8, that's the Breyer variation. If black plays knight a5, that is the what's that called? That's actually the most famous one. Wow, mine went blank. Of course, the Chigorin. Thank you. That's the most famous one. And then we have the Rogozin with knight d7, and the Smyslov with h6, and the Keres with bishop e6. And so this can be played in so many different ways. Even a5 is playable here. And I love these variations in chess that are inexhaustibly rich. I really love it. But due to the influence of Magnus Carlsen, this d3 move, which was played by Bortnyk in this game, has become more and more popular. And so since the e4 pawn is now protected, white is threatening to win a pawn for real with bishop takes c6 followed by knight takes. But like, for example, Garry Kasparov never played d3 in his life. Bobby Fischer never played d3 in his life. Why? They would always play rook e1, because why would you play d3 and then later c3 and then later d4, and that takes 3 tempi to push d4, if you can play rook e1, protect the pawn with the rook, and then play c3 and d4 and get d4 in 2 tempi. So the main purpose is really to avoid heavy theory, and that's a common thing in chess nowadays, right? What's the idea behind this move? Well, that's we just want to avoid heavy theory. That's all there is to it. It's a move that is on paper very slightly, and so slightly worse. Like the difference is so small that even an elite player can play d3 and still get a slight opening advantage and still be able to win a nice game. So this d3 move, which was played by Bortnyk, is known as the Carlsen variation of the Spanish. It looks to sidestep the heavy theory of the Marshall Gambit and many other lines, especially the ones stemming from the aforementioned Tabia. And because of all of that, a lot of theory has developed, because I mean, it came from Magnus Carlsen, right? And so that's a stamp. That's a huge quality stamp right there. And since Magnus came up with this idea some 15 years ago, I believe, the theory has developed quite a bit. It has become like a very serious line against the Spanish. It's no longer just like some sideline to avoid theory. It has a theory of its own now. Yes, he did. He played d3 to avoid the Berlin versus Koryakin. Yes, he did. b5, bishop b3. d6. Now, black would really like to play knight a5 and pick up the Spanish bishop, but this move is not good here because it would drop the e5 pawn. So when black plays d6, there is an actual a positional threat in place, which is black wants to play knight a5. So white, whatever white does now, white will move the c pawn or the a pawn in order to make room for this, for the light squared bishop to be played to c2 or a2. It's no matter how much theory changes, it doesn't matter how certain lines go in and out of fashion. The fundamentals are always the fundamentals. And there is no way white should be giving up the light squared bishop in the Spanish for the knight. So nobody will do that. No grandmaster worth his salt. And so Bortnyk plays pawn to a4. That's, of course, threatening to win a pawn with a takes b5. And then Nagy decides to develop the bishop to d7, which is a very modern move. Isn't it weird at a first glance to put the bishop here instead of fianchettoing it? And he played it instantly. And here's the reason. Black usually fianchettos the light squared bishop when white wants this pawn structure, because then the bishop and the knight together, they can put pressure against e4. But against this pawn structure, the bishop tends to be way less efficient. So playing the bishop to d7 is considered to be better because the bishop is occupying not a fantastic square, but at least a very, very flexible one. Not hindered by a solid pawn chain like this one. So c3, kingside castling, bishop to c2, rook to e8. Knight bd2, bishop to f8, and rook to e1. The fundamentals are the fundamentals, always. Yeah, and be it in the Spanish, be it in the Italian, this knight wants to go to d2 and f1, and later to g3 or e3. Nagy plays h6. Andrew Tang has arrived, so let's see what the first few moves were in his game against Rahul. Whoa, and he played c4 on move 2. He didn't go for his trademark London this time. And Rahul is going for the King's Indian defense. And Andrew goes for the same-ish variation. Okay. The time control, yes. 90 minutes with a 30-second increment per move. So there are three ways, basically, to play the white side of the same-ish. The traditional one is bishop e3. And bishop g5 is also possible. And there's also knight ge2. Ting likes the same-ish even more than the London. I was not aware of that. Nice. I really like to play the same-ish as white. Have many games on this line too. And I like to play knight ge2 here. So basically, if white plays the traditional bishop e3, among black's several good choices, there is e5. But against knight ge2, it has been very well established that e5 is now a dubious move. because of bishop g5. Like the development of the bishop to g5 in this position gives white an advantage. I have played this recently myself in a classical game. It's not like a huge advantage, but this is substantial enough not to be ignored by a grandmaster. Virtually no grandmasters will answer knight ge2 with e5 here. What you see most often from samish experts is to transition into a Benoni structure after c5, d5, and e6. I have learned this variation quite a bit by studying the games as white of Grandmaster Alexei Driv of Russia. He loves to play the white side of these positions, and so there have been quite a few of his games that they go something like this. After a6, a4, knight bd7, bishop to e2, then black plays h5, and after kingside castling h4. And this knight goes to h1, and it's fine. It goes to h1, and then it goes to f2 later. These positions are super interesting. They can be played from both sides. Black usually plays knight to h5, trying to play f5. There are some bishop d4 ideas as well. Black does get active play, but white has very good chances as well to grab some sort of an advantage. But Rahul decided not to go for the main line. He plays knight bd7, bishop e3, and a6. So he appears to be interested in the b5 advance, possibly with c6 first. Queen to d2, and then no, he's not going to wait. He's just playing b5 right now. Oh, wow, wow. Interesting. So he's not playing c6 to prepare b5. He is playing b5 as a pawn sacrifice. If c takes b5, knight takes b5, he probably wants some Benko gambit. Some Benko gambit type of position, maybe with c5 here, and then queen to a5 and rook fb8. If he played this, I have never checked whether this variation gives black proper compensation for the pawn or not, but it does look like a good version of a Benko, given the fact that black is better developed. Yeah. Looks like a good version of a Benko, Aaron. I agree. And so Andrew Tang plays h4 instantly. So he's not interested in getting a pawn on b5. He's actually interested in sacrificing one on c4. But to take this pawn on c4, like, it looks so not like a King's Indian, you know? This pawn does nothing here. Black prefers to keep the option of ejecting white's knight from c3 with b4, then playing b takes c4. Rahul played h5. If b takes c4, Andrew Tang was for sure going to play h5 here. Like knight takes h5, bishop h6, and he's down 2 pawns, but it's a humongous attack on the king side. So black played h5, and Andrew castles queenside. I think so, Muffin Diver, yeah. Because it's very nice to start any kind of kingside attack here, knowing that this knight is just one move away from g3 or f4. And that can support the attack in a very substantial way on the king side. The more I studied this line, I came to understand that it's like White's attack on the king side asks for a knight to help out with it. It's not mandatory, but it's stronger if a knight is involved. So once again, looking at the Barboza game, we only looked at the first three moves. He went with the g3 option. And Black quickly tries to grab control of the center, and we will have a transposition to the Tarrasch defense. Grandmaster Brodsky is playing one of the modern lines. I really don't like playing against this move. I only play this position from the white side, and I find it so hard to get an advantage. This is a good line for Black. And White goes for knight takes c6. Took him 6 minutes to make that decision. Knight b3, I believe, is more common. And this is a pawn sacrifice well backed by the engines, where after bishop b6, knight takes d5, and bishop b6, Black has proper compensation here. Instead, we had knight takes c6, b takes c6, kingside castling, queen to c2, bishop b6, and e3. So it took Barboza 9 minutes to play e3. So he went into the tank a little bit. This is a very weird move. He's blocking his own dark squared bishop. And he's weakening the light squares a little bit on the king side. He probably wants to fianchetto the dark squared bishop here. And he doesn't want this pawn to be able to advance so easily. Knight a4 is the common move in these positions. And then one of the possible ideas is b3 followed by bishop a3 and rook ac1, trying to attack the c6 pawn and the c5 square all at the same time. So we have e3. And now it's Brodsky's turn. No doubt Black has gotten a good position out of the opening, and we'll see how it's going to go from there. Liam Putnam is also a King's Pawn player like Mikola Bortnik, and he likes to open the Sicilian as well. And we have a classical Sicilian here. We have a classical Sicilian, which is always a very sharp choice for Black. I love playing it too. Bishop c4. And Novik plays pawn to e5. I have not seen this move in a long time. Black usually plays e6 as the main line, or queen to b6 as a secondary idea. There. Yeah. There's a famous game where Nakamura lost to Caruana playing e5. Muffin Diver mentions that bishop a6 could be an idea. Usually, it's better to keep the bishop on this diagonal. Maybe that's not the case every time. It's just because after bishop a6 and rook d1, this bishop tends to be pretty vulnerable to queen a4 ideas, hitting on the bishop and this pawn. And this bishop tends to be a better job on g4 at trying to explore the light squared weaknesses in white's camp. Rook e8 was chosen by Brodsky. I had completely forgotten, Muffin Diver, about the about that Fabio Nakamura game on e5. So this is a very weird move. It's like it's a long-standing positional concept in Open Sicilians that when white develops the bishop to c4, black just doesn't play e5 because that appears to completely give up control of the d5 square, and that makes the light squared bishop pretty strong because it hits f7 directly. So if white does not do anything more aggressive, black is just going to play the bishop to e6. And black definitely does not mind these double pawns because they really cannot be gotten to. Knight f5 is seen as white's best move, and Putnam goes for it. He plays knight f5. Bishop takes f5, e takes f5, bishop e7, and bishop g5. Castling for both. Black plays rook to c8. So was it a classical game from the candidates tournament, Renga? Well, one thing is for sure. White will be in control of the light squares in this game. We'll see if Maxim Novik's slightly speculative opening experiment here is going to pan out. I play the classical Sicilian as black, and I have never played e5, not even in bullet, and I don't think I ever will. I like to play either e6 or queen to b6 here. After h6, we had d4, e takes d4, and knight takes d4. Mm. Very well understood by Mikola. Capturing with the pawn here is not a very good idea. Then we see why this bishop is on d7. After knight b4, attacking the Spanish bishop, bishop to b1, black goes and plays b takes a4, protected by the d7 bishop. Black is up a pawn, not a super high quality pawn, but a pawn nonetheless. This is why white takes with the knight here, so that knight b4 idea is not allowed. And black decides to protect the b5 pawn instead of taking on d4. White plays h3. So Nagy has decided not to improve white's pawn structure here. But it could have been played. He could play knight takes d4 and get some counterplay with c5. What's up, Rube? It's my dear student, Ruben. How's it going, my man? Thank you. One of the coolest things about working with private tutoring is that, like, over the years, so I've been teaching chess since the old ICC days. I don't know if any of you guys are such dinosaurs as I, that when chess.com was not around and Lichess was not around, and the first website that started like offering chess classes online, it was the Internet Chess Club. And since those days, it's been like 20 years, and it's amazing the types of like different personalities that you come across. And I think the most beautiful part is like when you meet someone who really wants to learn chess, who really enjoys the game and puts in the time and commitment for like a long-term journey, and then inevitably you become friends, and you start actually simply by sharing ideas about chess and life, you start learning so much from that person as well. And so you realize, I'm not just teaching here, I'm learning as well, and it's such an enriching experience. It's pretty awesome. And Ruben there is one such student for sure. Interesting. So King's Crusher is always around here on Lichess. So you're telling me, Rangel, that like some 20 years ago, King's Crusher was already around and playing these, because he's an awesome blitz player, right? I played him many times in blitz and bullet. He's rated like 2150, 2200 FIDE, but what a blitz player. Him and Seleki, both some of the first chess content creators. This is so awesome. Beautiful, beautiful. King's Crusher, whenever I play him online, there's something about him that I don't have. And in my opinion, that's what makes someone, let's say, a talented bullet player. I am not a talented bullet player. I'm rated like 2800 on Lichess, but I'm rated 2401 FIDE. So players of my level, for example, I played against Liam Putnam online, and Liam Putnam is like 3,100, something like that, in bullet. 3,000, 3,100. So a really good bullet specialist who's over 2,400 FIDE should be over 3,000 in rating. But I'm not. I'm a 2,800 guy. And whenever I play King's Crusher, for example, King's Crusher is like 2,500, 2,600 guy. And but whenever he has less than 5 seconds on the clock, he doesn't panic. He plays a game, and he can make several moves still without hanging anything, without hanging a piece, without even hanging a pawn. To me, that's the footprint of a true bullet specialist, someone who will not panic with just seconds on the clock. I played a few games against Andrew Tang as well. He's got that quality about him as well, but at a higher level, because Andrew Tang, King's Crusher is good. Andrew Tang is a beast. It's different, right? Well, my ICC handle and my Lead Chess one and my chess.com one, it's always the same. It's you can look me up. It's always Deep Rabbit, which is a little play of words on my family name. The word coelho in my native Brazilian Portuguese means rabbit. And when I started playing chess, I was fascinated at the Deep Blue versus Garry Kasparov matches in the 1990s. And so that's when I became Deep Rabbit, and it stuck. D4, knight f6, and we have the Trompowsky attack, which actually happens to be the only Brazilian opening in chess that's played at higher levels. Doesn't sound very Brazilian because the player's name was a player from almost a century ago called Otávio Trompowsky, as pronounced in Brazilian Portuguese. And a student of mine once made funny of that. Say, hey, that sounds like a Polish guy or something. And I'm like, no, that's a Brazilian opening. He's like, yeah, these Brazilians named Trompowsky, they're everywhere. They're a dime a dozen. These Brazilians named Trompowsky. 94 and Plot, who likes to play really weird openings, he goes for h4. Very offbeat line, like very offbeat line. Bishop f4 or bishop h4. These are the standards. One of these two. So knight takes g5, h takes g5, g6, queen to d2. So he's given up the bishop there, but he's got an open h file. b5 and e5. Cool game. Cool game this is going to be. Talk about out of theory. E5 looks good, though, because there's just the king protecting the queen there. And so the double pieces here, they can do something. That's some Simon Williams line. go back here. Board number 6. Maximenko is playing Luke Hoffman. And we have the QGA, the Queen's Gambit accepted. With Bishop E6. Very offbeat move too. Black usually chooses between E6 or Bishop G4 here. So D4, Knight F6, Bishop G5, Knight E4, H4 is the Raptor variation. It's a Simon Williams line. I did not know. I just thought of it as a garbage line. But no, if Simon Williams is backing it, you must have some solid analysis supporting it. So Bishop to E6, huh? Look, Hoffman is going to be defiant. Said, you're not going to pick my pawn. If Knight G5, Black will certainly play Bishop D5 followed by H6. So White plays Knight C3 instead. Takes better control of the center. So we do have C6, Knight G5, Bishop D5. E4 and H6. This looks weird, but it's kind of standard. But in a way that's pretty risky for Black. I don't like this for Black. So D takes C6, Knight takes C6, and pawn to D5. And now probably Bishop takes G5. Also possible to play Bishop takes C4, Knight takes C4, Queen A4 check, followed by Queen takes C4. But I don't think White would be that happy about giving up his light squared bishop. Bishop takes G5 looks pretty good. Maybe Queen D4 is worth thinking about as well. Board 7. Michael Song versus Eugene Yanait. Knight C3. And E6. Knight F3 and A6. Wow. Today is this is the offbeat lines very around, huh? They made an agreement. There was a memo going around. Everybody was paged. Like, hey, we're supposed to play weird chess on round number 3. Take with the queen on D4, lose a full tempo. No, but I see the logic behind it. White wants the queen on E3 and the dark squared bishop fianchettoed. D6, B3, Knight F6, Bishop B2. And Black plays B5. People being creative. This is going to be a fun round. FIDE Master Lin Chi-Zhu playing FIDE Master Andrew Jing in a battle of talented youngsters. We have the Spanish. Something's up with the YouTube video. I'm going to reach out to my lifesavers here. Pawn to d6, rook to e1, bishop to d7. Pawn to c3, pawn to g6. Kind of like this line for black. Not in a, I don't think black equalizes, but leads to very lively play. Black is trying to turn the Spanish opening into the closest version of a King's Indian defense that a Spanish opening can become. And so black is fianchettoing the bishop and finding some f5 idea later on if possible. White, in the meanwhile, will put pressure against the center. Pawn to d5, knight to b8. Usually this knight is fine, going to b8, a6, and c5. And king to h2. Black's dying to play f5. It's just a matter of, is he going to play it right now? And probably not. Because since the knight will be unprotected after f5, e takes f5, g takes f5, well, knight takes e5 to take the knight will not be possible because bishop takes e5 will come with a check. But knight g5 followed by knight e6 tends to be good for white. But if Andrew is not playing f5 right now, it's just because, if he doesn't play f5 right now, it's just because it's not good yet. You know, there's a specific problem, a specific tactic, but it's definitely what he wants to do. So he plays the queen to e8. Observe that the queen will protect the knight. Because of that, f5 becomes more realistic here. The c7 pawn is protected by the a6 knight. And after this move, it looks like he's ready to play f5. f5 was probably bad here. After knight g5, if queen e8 now protecting the knight, white goes and plays knight e6, attacking the rook. Bishop takes e6, d takes e6. This is good for white, for sure. Queen takes e6 would drop the knight. Exactly, Aaron. Black should be taking control of the e4 square at all times. In general, if this is the pawn structure here, and this type of situation happens, white tends to be better. A knight on e4 is usually a very effective knight for white against the King's Indian. When black captures with the pawn, then the e4 square cannot be utilized by white's pieces. But at the same time, it can allow for other types of counterplay. In this case, for example, knight g5. Board number 9. Nathaniel Moore versus Brian Lynn. And we have the King's Indian defense. Brian is moving the dark squared bishop twice. He's got a good reason to do that. It's pretty clear that that's a bad bishop right now. And after the trade, he can still have the king on g7 and castle by hand. Moore is making sure to play b3 quickly, and the reason he is doing that is he does not want to let the opponent play a4, because if black plays a4 and white replies that with b4, that simply drops a pawn instantly. Instead, Lin goes for h4. Interesting. He wants this knight on f4 here. Very enterprising play by Brian Lin. Black is doing really well. White better be careful here. This is a very strong knight. And queen g5 is next, threatening a checkmate in one, but also knight takes h3 with a discovered check winning the queen. It's very, very important for white to play knight e2 like he did right now. Very, very strong. Has to be played. Anything else seems to be bad. For example, rook ad1 protects the queen, so queen g5 f3, it's not a checkmate on g2, and the queen is protected. Yeah, but knight takes h3 is winning a pawn anyway. It's winning a pawn anyway. So knight e2, that's the position we have so far. Brian might just let this exchange take place. Then he captures with the d pawn and transfer the knight from c5 to d7 to e5 later. That's definitely a possibility. Board 10. Thomas Kong is playing white against international master Yuri Lapshin. And black plays the Nimzovich defense with knight c6. And white does not want to get into Nimzovich territory and plays knight f3. Knight f6, d4. E takes, knight takes, bishop e4. This is a very solid line chosen by Thomas Kung. There's a very high draw rate in this variation. Very high. It's just so equal. h3. Rook e8, bishop g5, and pawn to c6. Because when white plays bishop to g5, then d5 really becomes weak. c6 takes care of that problem. And queen f3 puts more pressure against f6, but black goes and plays h6 here. Because if white goes for all the trades on f6, this is not a bad endgame for black, who's got the bishop there as compensation for the weakened pawn structure. A weakness is only a weakness if it can be exploited. And there is no diagonal or vertical or horizontal access to black's kingside pawns. So how is white supposed to be attacking them? Board number 11. Kieran Asta. He's playing against Grandmaster Mark Paragua. And we have a classical Sicilian. And Mark Paragua goes for g6. Extremely offbeat. Wow. Wow. What the veteran players are doing nowadays to get the youngsters out of book. Richter-Rauser, exactly. That's the Richter-Rauser attack. Bishop takes f6, he takes f6, bishop b5. G6 is not considered to be very good. E6 is the main line. G6 is one of those slightly speculative lines. Knight b3. Black very commonly simply sacrifices this pawn with the hopes that he will be able to open up the long diagonal for the dark squared bishop later and get compensation as a consequence of it. Queen to e8. I'm not a big fan of these opening variations like the one that Paragua chose here, just because if you're going to play something offbeat, I mean, I prefer to go for something that forces the opponent to play types of positions where he at least has like difficult decisions to make, you know? So if you play something speculative, but you don't believe your opponent is at your level, and then as a consequence of it, the opponent needs to be making tough decisions between, like, hey, do I play A, B, or C in this diagram? And if the decisions are really hard, that's when I think it makes more sense to speculate with something that might be slightly suboptimal. What I don't like about what Paragua played in this game, it's that it's so easy for white to play very, very natural moves. Queen d2 and queenside castling and knight to b3. Suddenly white is up a pawn. And only white can be better. And he did not even force the opponent into playing something, into finding something difficult. That's the thing. That's the thing. Y'all feel me? But this is Mark Paragua we're talking about. That's a resourceful man. He doesn't have a good position now, though. There's no way he has a good position. Board 12, Aiden Rice playing white against I.M. Casacuorli. And we have a French defense. Nice. We gotta have one French per round at least. We know our variation too. So this can get wild. Okay, this is the wildest subvariation within the wild world of the Winawer. We can keep an eye on this game right here. Aiden plays the queen to d3. D takes c3, knight f3. Oh, this gets wild. So one of the main lines here is queen takes c5 check. White replies with knight e2. There's d takes c3, queen takes c3, and then we play this endgame where white's got the bishop pair and a passed h pawn despite the material equality. This is a little bit better for white. So black generally likes to keep the queens on the board here. D takes c3 and knight f3 protects e5. And b6 prepares bishop a6. Bishop g5, bishop a6. Queen to d4, bishop takes f1. Knight d7. h4, rook c8. Whatever white does, basically, if black is not putting a lot of pressure in the short term, white should be utilizing the passed h pawn. If this pawn advances, let's say if white can put the bishop on f6 and keep it there, and the bishop attacks the promotion square, black can very easily get into real trouble, like very real trouble. This is one of the downsides of risking playing this line. White has to be watching out for knight c6 followed by knight takes c5. That's an idea that's available there. I like to play the black side of these positions. They're quite fun, extremely risky, but they're quite fun. Props to Aiden Rice. He seems to be willing to gamble and to play the most aggressive lines. That's a cool thing. To have that kind of go-getter attitude. I lost the moves to this game on my notes here. I accidentally replaced them with the French defense. Let's go back quickly just so I can do the menial job of saving Mark Progress moves again in the game against Kieran. Okay, so knight c6, bishop g5, g6. Bishop takes and bishop b5. There you go. Nice and saved. Let's go to board 13. Brian Logan is playing white against International Master Mark Plotkin, who played a long game against Andrew Tang and lost. And now he needs to finish his chess day with the black pieces in a type of game that, given his opponent's rating, over 200 rating points below him, and given the fact that he lost in the previous round, he has to take some risks to be able to play for a win as black. H4, C5. Knight E2, Knight C6. It looks like his gamble paid off wonderfully. Black has a dream result of the modern defense here. You cannot hope for anything better out of a modern. Fantastic knights. White has a problem with the C4 square and the D4 square. These are amazing minor pieces and pawns for black. Wow, great opening. Great opening. It's this H4 idea played by Logan is really weird. There's no point to this move. There's no need to overprotect this pawn. Playing F4 with the idea of knight F3 is certainly better. Like that. This setup with H4 and knight E2 is what is making things difficult for him. Black is better for sure. That's the best opening for black in this round so far. Board 14. I am Kevin George playing CM Joshua Altman. Egypt versus England. There you go. That A6 move again. D5 and B5. C6, E4, bishop E7. They ended up transposing to a theoretical line of the Benko Gambit, one which is considered to be fine for black. Black's got quite a bit of compensation here. Lots of open lines, vertically and diagonally, for rooks and bishops. Board 15, Ben Gershenov playing Grant Zhu. And we have our first Dutch defense off the top 20 boards at least. White is playing it in London system style. White's like, don't you think for a second that your Dutch is going to discourage me from my London. C5. Interesting. Wow. H4. And bishop c4 check. Oh. Wow. Isn't black in trouble already? Looks like it. Check. Whoa. H takes g5, H takes g5, not h5. Knight d5. Whew. Threatening c7 and Ben Gershenov. Ben Gershenov has not even utilized any time on his clock. And after knight a6, he finds, after a 14-minute think, knight takes e7. Guys, this is a disaster for Grant. Knight takes g6 is next. Since the bishop takes away the g8 square, knight takes g6 followed by rook takes h5 is going to be lights out. Wow. Grant Zhu had very weak preparation here apparently against the London Dutch. And he's going to have to give up the dark squared bishop, and he's completely lost. He could resign if he would like to. He's down 2 pawns plus the attack. Wow. When White played bishop c4 check, live feed is back. If Black plays e6, then he's going to lose a pawn to begin with, but then he actually drops the exchange too after knight e5. So bishop c4 check is very strong. So instead of queen e8, Black should be defending this diagonal before bishop c4 check is played. Once the bishop got on this diagonal, wow. Black is completely lost after h takes g5. This is quite the optimistic move. He just ended up running into it. But what does White have against king h8? Knight f7 is not there. So probably knight e6, or most certainly knight e6. Bishop takes e6, bishop takes e6, and then White has the bishop there, but no attack. No attack. It's just like a slight long-term advantage. So a huge blunder here by Grant Zhu. That's just the worst feeling for a chess player. to lose a classical game without having had a chance to actually play, because you got terribly out prepared and you just ran into a line where you toast. White just needs to choose the method of execution now. But whatever White does, White should be thinking about, how do I get this rook to A1 as quickly as to H1 as quickly as possible. Yeah. Wow. This was kind of sad for Grant. Board 16. Michael Rode, Grandmaster Michael Rode, playing against Sasha, candidate master Sasha Schaefer. C4, E6, G3. D takes C4, Queen A4, check. Feels like Black prepared the opening really well. And Black has equalized. Very modern line against the Catalan opening. In 92. One thing we could see in the live feed is that Mikola Bortnik's game is over. It was a draw against Gabor Nagy. One thing that seems to be a constant with the young kids is very good opening preparation. And Sasha Milo Schaefer with a very good prep against the Grandmaster in this game. And he'll be able to say that he completely equalized out of the opening with excellent prep, but whether he will be able to keep that playing level in the middle game and maybe the end game, it's of course a whole other thing. Exactly, Aaron. Exactly, because let's say the memorization part is the easy part, right? If there's a line in a certain book or a certain course that you studied those lines and your opponent studied those lines, then it's a very it's a 50-50 battle between you and the opponent. But something that really makes a difference in tournament practice is when one of the players has spent more time analyzing typical middle games that arise from that opening. Something I did very well early on when I didn't have a coach, but I really ached to improve, was I loved the Scheveningen variation of the Sicilian defense, for example. And back then, when I started studying chess in 1997, 1998, um, there were many games from like Kasparov and Vishy Anand and Topalov and Ivanchuk from the white side and the black side of the Scheveningen. And sometimes I would sit with just one of those games for hours and hours. I remember there was a game that Vasily Ivanchuk beat Topalov in the Scheveningen, and I felt that game was so instructive. I couldn't get enough of it. I would spend hours and hours analyzing the game on my own. And one thing I did really correctly back then, back in those days, was I would be less interested in knowing what the exact best move was in this position or that position. I would be more interested in finding out what the difference was between my analysis and Ivanchuk's analysis. So it's like, okay, according to my current understanding, this is the move that I would play, and this is the reason why. Ivanchuk would make a different move, and I would really like to try to investigate what is it that motivated him, who understands chess at a much higher level than I do, to make such a different move from the one that I was thinking. And just by asking myself that question over and over, I realized that there's really one thing that matters when you're studying games by these amazing players. It's like, what are they thinking? What is it that a player of this caliber considers? What are the elements of the position that he can see, that he can absorb, that will lead to better decision making than my moves in my games? And simply by asking myself that question, I would start thinking differently, and I would be paying more attention to the battle of the minor pieces. When is the knight better than the bishop? When's the bishop better than the knight? When do I want the pair of bishops? When do I want the pair of knights? What about pawn breaks? And what about king safety? And what about the transition to the middle game to the end game? And so when you start taking it seriously, the task of studying doesn't need to be many, but a few of the best games ever played in the history of the variation that you're studying, you really take your understanding of those lines, the typical middle games, to another level. And that can really make a difference against an opponent who basically memorized the same opening lines as you did, but then he doesn't play, doesn't understand, did not study the middle game as much as you did not put in the hours, and then inevitably you will be finding out that your opponents are not as intimate as you are with the right middle game decisions in those types of openings. Tarini Goyal had a very nice Catalan victory against Gus Huston in the first round. So she wants another one of those. This time playing white against Max Matola. And Max is going for a quick stonewall formation with f5. Whoops, knight bd2, c6, b3. a4, bishop f6, bishop a3, and h5. Wow. Extremely aggressive play by Motola. Extremely aggressive play. Knight takes e4 and knight e5. And queen g5. Had black taken the pawn here, white would have replied with bishop takes e4, that's for sure. Queen to g5 and bishop to d6. Black will probably take the pawn here and then play knight f7. It's hard to imagine black doing anything else. Board 18. Camacho versus Nkosi. So how do you pronounce that one? I'm going to presume that the N is silent. Kululeko. I'm going to say Kululeko. I remember I went to I had a dentist appointment, and there was this Russian dental hygienist called Olga who lives in Brazil. And I don't speak Russian, but I can really pronounce a Russian name, I think, in good Russian, just because of so many interviews that I have watched of Russian chess players talking about other Russian players. And so, you know, I was saying, hey, Olga, tell me how this sounds. Does this sound good in Russian? And said, Anatoly Evgenievich Karpov, Garry Kimovich Kasparov, Mikhail Moiseyevich Botvinnik. And she had like this surprise look on her face. And I'll never forget what she said because she speaks Brazilian Portuguese really well. She's been living in Brazil for many years. But she said, you say it normal, she said. Like she's saying, yeah, that's how we pronounce it back home. And you're saying it in the normal way. And I'm not used to seeing this happen here in Brazil. So yeah, but I don't speak the language though. I don't speak anything in Russian. I can barely introduce myself. I just got very used to hearing Russian chess players pronouncing Russian names. Vladimir Kramnik. I could go all day. Veselin Topalov. Tigran Vartanovich Petrosian. I should learn Russian. Knight c6, kingside castling. C takes d4, e takes d4. d5. Knight e5, knight takes e5. My apologies to Camacho Campusano. In the first round, I said, "Oh, Camacho, he's from." I looked at the flag. Oh, he's from Panama. That's not Panama. Looks similar, but that's not Panama. That's the Dominican Republic. My apologies for my ignorance. Yo soy de República Dominicana, hombre. No, no, no. ¿Qué me hablas de Panamá? Mm-mm. Dragon variation. We have a not the accelerated dragon, not the hyper accelerated dragon, dragon proper. That's uncommon nowadays. This is going to get interesting. H5. Then knight takes d4 and bishop h6. Well, well, well. Well, how about that? Queenside castling, queen a5. King to b1, rook to c8. Is that what this is called, the Hungarian variation? I must admit, I am not that good with names of openings. What makes it the Hungarian? Oh, because Richard Rapport was playing this? What makes it the Hungarian, Aaron? Is it h5 on move 7? Now take a look at Kimani Stansel's idea of h4, rook h5, and then doubling the rooks on the c file. It's like, how do you like them apples, huh? He's saying, yeah, you want to play b4, you go and play b4. What happens if white plays b4? Because he didn't. What's so wrong with this move? Because queen b6 is no good. Queen b6 is no good. There's not a 4 forking the queen and the rook. The queen cannot stay on the b file pinning the pawn. No, but black will play queen takes a3. B takes c5 and bishop a2 check. If the knight takes the bishop, queen takes queen. Only move is king a1. Check. Only move king b1. Check. And we would have ourselves a draw by repetition. So rook b4. Rook takes c3 was played anyway, which looks very correct. Bishop b5 check and rook to a4. Then he trades the queens on c5. I wonder why he didn't take on c3. a6, king b2. Knight h5. Rook b4. b5, rook a1. This is not looking good for Kimani anymore. He's just down in exchange and fighting for his life. Knight takes g2 was a very, very bad move there. This was a very big mistake by Kimani. He should have played bishop to c4, forcing this trade. After which he can take on g2, invade the 7th rank, and create the threat of promoting the h-pawn. I would prefer to play black now. He missed his shot. And now he's just down in exchange. So h5 and bishop h6 is what is supposed to be the Hungarian. I'm gonna look that up later. c5 is pretty strong. Ethan is trying to get a pass pawn on the c file, and he's gonna get one too. Yeah, Kimani is in real trouble. And then board 20. One more Sicilian Najdorf for the books. Not so easy for black to develop the dark squared bishop here. I don't know if the difficulty in developing that bishop automatically translates to Kevin Wang has a bad position. I don't know. But yeah, that might be the case. Rook d8, rook d1. Not queenside castling, huh? White's position looked prime for queenside castling. And here's why. He wanted to play b4 and he did not want his king to be there. F takes c5, knight e6. D takes c5. So that's the position we have on board number 20. We have looked at least a little bit at each of the games, which is basically the goal in during the first half of the of the stream before we go into the break. Let's see what happened at the Bortnyk game. H3, B4, A5. It was not a quick draw. They did play. Bortnyk is not the type of guy that wants to get a quick draw with the white pieces. He likes to play for the initiative. He likes the white pieces. He needs to protect the e5 pawn. Bishop takes e4, takes, and bishop c5. Gabor Nagy trying to play for an initiative here, sacrificing a pawn, activating the rook on the 7th rank. Rook d8 check. Rook to b8. a5, king h2, a4, h4. So Gabor Nagy played g takes h4 and offered a draw, which Bortnyk accepted. Looks like that's what happened. Because Bortnyk is going to play b7 and rook a8, and he's going to take this guy and possibly this guy as well. And we're very likely to have white with these 2 pawns versus black with these 2 pawns. It does look like a very, very dead draw. And Grant Zhu indeed resigned his game on board 15 against Ben Gershunov. The last few moves were c takes d6 and d5. Very strong move. There's no stopping this except with queen e4. But now queen b3 defends the bishop and prepares queen c3. f3 attacks the queen. And black resigned the game right here. Because against queen e8, there's just queen c3, and there's no stopping rook h7. Excellent, really impressive opening preparation by Ben Gershunov. Truly amazing. He beats a 2300 FIDE rated FIDE master in 19 moves and utilizing less than half an hour on his clock. Not bad, huh? Not bad indeed. Andrew Tang had castle queenside last we looked at the game. b4, knight d5. Pawn to c5 and d takes c5. Bishop takes c5. Try to understand something here. Because if knight takes c5, knight takes f6 check, followed by queen takes d8, white is crushing. That's very clear. But knight takes d5 looks like such a strong response. Andrew needs to take with the queen. And now there's rook b8. King to b1 and pawn to b3. a3, rook e8. Andrew is up a pawn. He really wants to trade queens there. If queen takes c4, the queen is getting trapped quite amazingly. Under attack here, the knight defends c2. The queen cannot go to c6 or e6. Queen takes c4 is a huge blunder. Certainly will not be played. Let's take a look at board number 2. We had stopped at rook e8. David Brodsky seemed to have obtained a very good position out of the opening against Oliver Barboza. Knight e4, bishop b2. Bishop f5 and rook fc1. Very good move, huh? Wow. Black plays bishop f5 saying, hey, be careful. I'll play knight takes g3. Defending the bishop with a discovered attack. And Barboza says, yep, I understand. Go for it. Because if knight takes g3, there's queen takes c6. And knight e2 check is not going to win the exchange. Because the black queen is hanging. This is better for white. It looks like. So knight takes g3 is not good. Black played c5 instead. Queen e2, rook a d8. Rook e1, queen e6. Fantastic position for black. White's bishop pair is not a factor here. Brodsky's doing really well. I wonder if he will be playing for a win himself, you know, trying some h5 ideas. He can try h5 ideas. He can try b5, b4, knight b5 ideas. Maybe put this knight on c3 at some point. If anybody's better, it's black. Liam Putnam is trying to crack Maxim Novik's speculative opening there by dominating the light squares. Bishop e4. That protects both of these pawns. White would like to play knight d5 followed by pawn to c3. Conversely, taking the pawn on b7 feels pretty risky because of rook b8 and rook takes b2. So g6, queen to d3. Bishop g7, f takes g6. So Novik plays rook takes b2, and he's challenging Liam to play queen takes g6 here. And Liam decided not to do it. This is a bit puzzling. Yeah, because if queen takes g6, there's rook takes c2, and we can't play the knight's under attack. And if we play rook c1, then there's rook takes c3, rook takes c3, knight e2 check, and takes on c3. Because the queen on g6 looks extremely aggressive, but it's not really threatening anything. A whole lot of counterplay here. Very sharp play by Novik. And then he meets bishop d3 with pawn to d5. This is looking tremendous for black now. Looking tremendous. What happens if knight takes d5? What's the problem with that? Well, black wants to take this knight by playing rook takes b3 first. That being said, though, the knight spinned to the queen. So white can play c3. But then there's queen takes b3. And now white's queen is hanging. And white's c-pawn is pinned. How crazy is that? It's pretty crazy. And if rook b1, queen takes c3, knight a2 check, knight takes c3, and black is better. So taking on d5 with the knight is a mistake. Taking on d5 with the bishop also has to be a mistake, because after rook takes c2, black is threatening rook takes c3, followed by the fork on e2 as well. Both. Wow. Very sharp game by Novik, and Liam Putnam is getting outplayed for the first time in the tournament. He needs to defend. He plays the queen to d1. But black's dark squared bishop tends to become really good here. A really good piece. A really good piece. All right, guys, it's time for that quick break, 15 minutes, and your commentator will be back, hopefully with some interviews for the final moments of round number 3. We have one more follower, JEAQLE. I don't know how to pronounce that either. Jekyll, thanks for following us. Nice to have you here. Back in 15, guys. back, guys, and another game has finished. Wojtek Plot and Thomas Peteny has ended in a draw. Let's see what happened there. It seemed that the opening had gone pretty right for white when white played e5. Black's position does not look to be very easy after d takes e5. D takes e5. He cannot take the pawn because he would get checkmated on d8. And so black plays d5. He's probably worried about white's attacking chances, and he just wants to keep the position closed. But then that's a really bad dark squared bishop. A really bad dark squared bishop for black. White continues with e6. F takes e6 and bishop d3. So he's thinking about rook takes h7, rook takes h7, bishop takes g6 check, bishop takes g6 check ideas here. And black's decision was to play the queen to a5. Which does nothing to stop the rook takes h7 idea. And this is why the Lichess engine appears to be criticizing this move very heavily with the double question mark there. King to b1 is a very cautious move, excessively so apparently, because that overprotects the a2 pawn, so that if b4 is played, knight e2, there's no queen takes a2 for black. But interesting. Certainly Plot saw rook takes h7 and decided not to play it. Lee KB is following us now. Thank you. We appreciate you. If rook takes h7, rook takes, bishop takes g6 check, king to d8, bishop takes h7, pawn to b4, the knight's under attack, knight b1 probably, and then queen takes a2 and queen takes b4. This looks to be just fine for white. Black is not really going to materialize a strong attack here. That's just not going to happen. White has to be better, but this might look like a scary line a little bit. So he decided not to go for that. Instead, we've had king to b1, knight to b6, and then bishop takes g6 check. Wow, how did this end in a draw? Very, very strong move this is. Black did not take it. If h takes g6, what we're going to have here. What are we going to have? Probably rook takes check, bishop takes, rook to h1. The bishop is under attack, and then how's that going to work? Bishop here, queen to d3, attacking this pawn. And then if the king goes to f7 and defends it, then knight to h4. and queen takes g6 is next. Yeah. So h takes g6 loses the game. Wow, things worked out horribly for black here. I'm really curious to see how this ended in a draw. So we had king to d8, bishop back to d3, pawn to b4, knight to e2. Black plays knight a4. He's probably going to be thinking of rook b8 followed by knight c3 check ideas here. White plays knight e5, bishop takes, pawn takes. Rook to b8 and king to a1. King to a1 looks to be very strong. There's no knight c3. Black plays the bishop to a6. Knight to d4 threatens a game-winning fork. King to d7 is played to defend it. Knight to b3 now attacks the queen. And the queen goes to b6. And now here, the game ended very quickly in just 2 moves, literally. And white played g6. The Lichess engine is giving this move a double question mark. Why did Plot make that move? Because then bishop takes d3. So it appears that he offered a draw himself. It appears that he offered a draw himself here. After g7. This pawn is gone, of course. And white misses a very, very clear opportunity. This is weird. This was a bit weird because instead of g6, the best move for white, which is to play bishop takes h7 and then just push the passed pawn, seems to be pretty simple. Wow. What happened? What happened with Plot? Exactly, Aaron. Grandmaster Wojtek Plot appears to have missed something very elementary here. Black is so crushed. Yeah. Bishop takes h7 is much better for white. White's up a pawn, and what strong pawn that is. And it does not seem to be time trouble, because he has a 59. He had 59 minutes left. His opponent was in time trouble a little bit more with 19 minutes. But he had plenty of time on the clock. Looks like only when he realized the mistake that he had made and decided to go for g7 as his final move, he thought about it for 8 minutes, right? And then he was down to 48, but still lots of time on the clock, but this time in a position that's no longer dominant. That was quite weird. That was quite weird. Let's go to board 12. as Corley has defeated Aiden Rice with the black pieces. Seems to have been a pretty quick game. This might have been the sharpest opening line in the entire third round. G4 was played. This is rarely a good move. Very rarely a good move in these positions. Because black very, very commonly has a queen or a rook on the fifth rank, and that G4 pawn becomes a target so easily. It looks like he wanted to protect the F5 square against knight F5. But then black replies with queen B7, not queen C4, queen B7 and rook C4 to attack the queen and the pawn. That's pretty sharp. So queen D3, rook to C4, and rook to G1. Knight C5 attacks the queen with the tempo. And the queen goes to H7, threatening bishop takes Z7, followed by queen takes rook. But that runs into the excellent resource, queen A6. This is what Aiden Rice must have missed. Fantastic move. How do you fight against that threat? Wow. Because if you play bishop takes e7 now, which is a big mistake, then rook check. After king e1, it's just a mate in 2 on g1. So he played king e1, then rook e4 check, bishop e3, and queen to a4. Attacking the c2 pawn. I'm thinking if rook c1, he probably wants to take on g4. And a cute line for black here could be rook takes g4. Instead of rook takes g4, take the bishop with a check with the rook and then take on g4 with the queen. Black's king will always be very safe. And the attack is just gigantic here. Because after king f2, there's knight e4 check. King to e2 and queen g2 check. White is so busted after queen a4. We had knight g5 and rook takes g5. H takes g5. Queen takes c2. Even queen d2 check is possible given the pin on the e file. King f1. Queen d3 check. And Aiden resigned. And he still had 38 minutes on the clock. But if king g1, rook takes e3 check, he drops the queen. If king to g2, rook takes g4 check, he still drops the queen. So, victory for the French defense of Casa Corley, who has a relatively easy victory with the black pieces. That's like one of the best feelings in these long tournaments, like when you play the second game of the day and you have the black pieces and you manage to win a game somewhat easily, there's no better feeling. Like, when you go to bed, you're like, oh, like, I better take advantage of the white pieces tomorrow morning. So we have one more important decisive result. And we're going to look at yet another one because international master Mark Plotkin has defeated Logan Brain as well. The opening had been a massive success for Black, and we had stopped at this point when he played bishop to g4 with a big advantage for Black. Let's see how he carried this advantage to victory. b4, attack the c3 knight. We have the bishop and the knight attacking b2, so the move that would look like the standard one is knight d1 to protect the pawn. But he decided not to do it. He played e5, counterattacking against c6. Rook to c8 protects the knight. Knight d5. And d takes e5. Too many pieces protecting e5. This bishop will come alive in a big way. f5. That's pure speculation. Logan Brain understands that he's lost. G takes f5, knight b6. Knight takes b6, c takes b6, pawn to e4. g6, knight e5, g takes f7 check, king takes f7. Nice to have you here, Sly. Another dear student of mine. Sly is one of the funniest people I've ever met. And he loves movies, and it's hard for him to make an argument at anything, right? Without throwing in some type of movie reference. What is your favorite pawn and why? What lengths would you go to protect your favorite pawn? Liam Neeson. Taken levels. And that's a pretty good question. I really like to play, since I like to play the French defense, and we just looked at Casa Corley's game, I like to play this variation that we had with the black pieces as well. And I will really make it a point to do my best to protect the c3 pawn, and pretty much in the same way Casa Corley did, because he delivered the final combination without having lost the c3 pawn, right? What a hero this pawn was. How does it get there, right? So that's the opening. We now are variation of the French. The pawn starts on c7, goes to d4, goes to c3. By move 10, it's already on the 6th rank by move 10, and it stayed there. G takes f7, king takes f7. There's a whole group of people who like to believe that the Caro-Kann is an improved version of the French just because, there's usually a better life for your light squared bishop, like that's all that matters. Your disapproval of the French is censored. Hey, bot. He means the French defense. Knight to f4. And knight d3 check. Woo! That's on fire. Knight takes d3, pawn takes d3. Talking about pawns on the 6th rank. Get a load of that one. Wow. That's a fantastic performance by Plotkin here. What a great game. Invading the 7th rank like it's easy. Rook to e2. And of course, what he wants to do now is take the bishop and pin the queen. And this is completely winning. So Logan decides to play queen takes b4 and push his own pawn to the 7th rank. But that pawn is not going anywhere. The queen and the rook are defending b8. And this pawn is going to d1. White's down too much material here. He's down a piece and a pawn. And black is promoting. It's too much. Opposers now following the Marshall Chess Club. And we appreciate that. White resigned after d2. So many wins for the black pieces today, both on the 2nd and the 3rd round. And another game has ended on board 19 when Ethan Guo has defeated the veteran Kimani Stancil. Let's take a look at that. We had looked up until move 38 when White was able to create a passed pawn on the C file, and given the fact that he's already winning the exchange, his position became technically winning. Knight e6, bishop c4, knight g7, bishop d5, king g6, rook a6 check, f6 and c4. This has been a pretty uncharacteristic round, with so many games where one of the players won easily, This is very uncommon in these tournaments. So many long end games and so many tough battles, like going all the way to time trouble but today, at least in this 3rd round, many easy victories. Somebody winning easily. Is that young guy playing this time around? What's the young guy? I am missing Zachary Tannenbaum in this tournament. If you're referring to Liam Putnam, then yes. But if you're referring to Akira Nakata, so many tournaments we've had talking about Akira Nakata's games and Zachary Tannenbaum's games. And they're not here. I think this is the first time I do a broadcast for the Marshall Chess Club, and Zachary Tannenbaum is not playing. I love seeing Zach's games, and I love seeing him arrive at the playing hall 45 minutes late, and getting into time trouble and still finding a way to win. 98, bishop f7. Ooh, that's a sharp move. That's a sharp move. Because if knight takes c7, there's rook g6 check, rook c6 with the discovered check, followed by rook takes c7, and that's winning. Instead, Stancil played f4 check, king f2, and knight f6. Bishop e6 now will force the promotion of the pawn. Knight takes e4. And the bark is way worse than the bite. Bishop e2, queen promotes. And interestingly, black is threatening to win in 2 moves. This is check and mate. Too late though. Rook a3 check, and black has resigned. If king d4, there's queen b4 check, bishop c4, queen takes c4, checkmate. Another win for white. Desperado. I don't know about no Eagle song. I'm Brazilian. I like Brazilian love songs. Do you know any Brazilian love songs, Sly? Look some up. You're a student of Portuguese language. So several games have already ended. Let's go back to board number 1, where the Tang man is looking to make another victim. Things were going really well for Andrew when we last checked the action on move 18. He had played the queen to a5. And black decides not to trade the queens. Bishop c3, pawn to e5. Black does not want to trade anything. Knight to c1, knight to c5, knight to d3. Knight b7 and queen a4. Rook d8. He takes the pawn and runs into knight a5. This pawn is gonna I don't think Cardi B sings Brazilian love songs. Queen to a2. Knight takes c4. Ouch. That's pretty strong. That's a very strong move, huh? Wow, very, very strong sacrifice of the knight here by Rahul. Andrew thought for 1 minute and decided not to take the knight. Yeah, because after bishop e6, where does the queen go? If it goes to c5, black can trade and take the rook on d1 with the check. Or even worse. Ouch. Rook takes d3, sacrificing the queen. Because after queen takes a7, rook takes d1 check, king to c2, bishop b3 is a very neat checkmate. Wow. Fantastic combination by Rahul here. Andrew's in a lot of trouble. It looks like he's up a pawn, but the open B file and White's king on B1. This is tough. This is really tough for Andrew. So knight takes c4. Knight f2 was chosen. So the knight protects the rook. The bishop attacks the knight, but the knight is hanging. It's a whole mess. Space Gator. Cheers. Your first comment in the chat. Nice to have you here. Thank you so much. You're knowledgeable about a bunch of topics, Sly. You can't know it all, can't you? Can you? Oh, I did not expect knight d2 check at all. Did not expect this move at all. I was thinking about knight d6 or knight e3. I'm sorry, not knight e3 because of rook takes d8. But with knight d6, there are two good things about this move. This knight is hanging and bishop e6 is coming, attacking the queen next. Looks like a very good positional move. We had knight d2. Andrew took with the rook. Really seems to be his only move. Bishop takes d2, queen takes f2. It's too much of a clock advantage, even for a fantastic blitz player like Andrew. You can never count him out, but the odds are really stacked against him on this one. Worse position and too much of a clock disadvantage. Although he's up a pawn, so it's up to Rahul here to find the right variations to attack. Pawn to b4. He protects his bishop with the queen by moving the pawn. It's hard to look away from this game now. Bishop e6, queen to b2. Bishop c4 was not possible. Because if bishop c4, bishop takes c4, queen takes c4, queen takes d2. It's so hard to find a killing blow for black too. This bishop's got to go to c1 now, not c3. This bishop has to protect the back rank. Bishop c3, rook d1 check. Game is over. This bishop has to go to c1. Andrew will play bishop c1 here. Even in time trouble, this is a move that he's very unlikely to miss. And he did. Pinning the bishop. Yeah, Rahul wanted to play bishop h6, followed by rook d1. Then that would be too much pressure against c1. So I think Andrew really needs to play this move. There are a bunch of cool other games going on, but it's hard to look away from this one. Let's go back to board number 2 quickly. We stopped at a position when David Brodsky seemed to have a better position as black against Oliver Barboza. This is a very strong formation here. Very strong pass pawn and bishop. The pass pawn is mobile. The bishop is very nicely anchored by the pawn. King h1 and knight e4. Bishop e2 and queen b3. And now rook to a1. "12 minutes on the clock for Barboza. 21 minutes for Brodsky. Better position, clock advantage for black. It's his game to win. And board number 3, Liam Putnam was in trouble, in a bit of trouble. And I predicted that Novik would probably push the pawn to e4, and he did. That's just what you do with opposite colored bishops. You want to open up this diagonal for the dark squared guy. Liam goes for knight takes d5. Of course. Very, very good move, because if rook takes b3, a takes b3, queen takes d5, white can play c3 now and pick up the knight. Knight takes d5, queen to g5. Knight goes back to e3. Back to a good defensive position. Can help with the defensive move queen g4. Protects g2. Could even attack the rook with knight c4, as black's rook is weirdly trapped. The queens get traded. Knight takes c2. Rook a b1. Takes in knight e4. The worst is over for Liam. You would probably prefer Novik's position by a little bit, but the worst is over for Liam. Knight c3, rook c1, rook c5. b3 and a5. Liam has played rook c2. This is what we have so far. Black wants to play a4. He needs to calculate if that's the moment to do it. If a4, bishop c4, black takes the knight, that's defending the bishop. But then we don't take the bishop, we take the knight. Looks pretty equal, but also looks like black is making all the effort to get an advantage. Not white. Queen to e2. Wow, something I did not expect. Andrew Tang decided not to repeat moves? Like Andrew Tang is playing this for a win? Because he's up a pawn? With 3 minutes on the clock versus 30? With his king so exposed? That's a gladiator. That's a chess gladiator right there. Andrew does not repeat moves with Queen e2. Looks like Rahul was going for the draw. And Andrew declined. Wow. Rahul has a lot of time on the clock here. Looks like there's another game where one of the players is in very desperate time trouble, and that's board number 8. And the player in desperate time trouble is Lin Shizu. We had stopped on move 17 here. Let's look quickly at everything that transpired from that point onwards. So Lin Shizu is playing white. Black seems to be doing just fine. Bishop h6, bishop g2, bishop takes e3, rook from a3 takes e3. Knight c5 and f4. f6 and b3. Knight h6 and queen a1. Very good position for black. Queen g7. Lots of maneuvering around, but Black has the good bishop versus the bad bishop. Black has an excellent spot for that knight on c5 or b4. And white doesn't seem to have a plan at all. White's kind of waiting for the moment when black will try to push for the win. And there we have it. Black is and should be pushing for a win. Really strong King's Indian play by Andrew Jing so far. He takes f5, rook takes, rook e7, rook f7. Seems to be fizzling out a bit into an equal position. Black does not seem to have any advantage anymore here. Rook f1, knight e6 check, king to f7, king to g2, rook to c1. Rook f3 check, king moves. Okay. So this is the diagram. It's white to play. And Zhu has less than a minute. So he plays knight d4. This pawn is up for grabs on g4, but that would allow knight c6 check. Andrew Jing has 42 minutes to evaluate if it's worth it taking that pawn. If he can guarantee that his king is not going to be exposed after knight c6 check. Looks very dangerous, actually, because after bishop takes g4, knight c6 check, king to e8, there's bishop takes g6 with a check. We will see if he's going to want to take that pawn or not. But I would be very careful. It's like you shouldn't dismiss it entirely, but you should absolutely make sure you've calculated that knight c6 is not going to do too much. Let's go back to Andrew Tang's game. Rahul's still thinking about it, still mulling it over. Drama all over. Let's see what's up with the Kevin George game. His opponent also has less than a minute on the clock. We stopped at after knight f3. Then we have bishop a6, bishop d2, queen to b6, castles, bishop takes c4, and queen takes b2. a4, bishop f6, queen takes c5, knight to d4. Nice. Queen d5 will protect the bishop here after knight takes f3 check. Looks pretty solid. He's not afraid of queen takes a1, rook takes a1, bishop takes a1, pawn to a5, protected by the bishop. This passed pawn is dangerous. This pawn is weak, and white is better. Black plays bishop c3. White plays rook to a2. Whoa. Very strong. Kevin George playing a very strong middle game here. The opening was not very strong for white, but the middle game. Queen to d3, rook to h5. Rook b1, queen to a5. Rook to b5. Black doesn't trade. White's queen is hanging, so the rook is pinned. Then queen takes d7. Bishop b5. And now bishop f4, exploiting the horizontal pin. This is looking really difficult for black to survive, Aaron. Rook takes e5, rook takes e5, bishop takes e5, queen takes. Now, before pushing the pawn, we need to make sure we're not getting, we're not allowing the opponent to find a perpetual check. Oh, you mean in the 10 game? Okay, let's take a look at that. White should probably try and centralize the queen here. d5 is a very powerful square for Kevin George's queen. No, he played a5 directly. So he doesn't believe his opponent is going to have a perpetual check there. So rook to b8 followed by a5 in the Andrew Tang game is what Aaron is proposing here. Looks very interesting. But there's always a danger of moving the rook away from the d file and allowing queen to d2, because black does not want the queen to be ostracized, right? Black does not want to have to play the queen all the way over here. So the rook on d8 is exerting an important role, right? Protecting the d2 square specifically. I'm thinking for black to either go for this pawn with bishop f6, bishop takes h4, or go for the trade of dark squared bishops with king h7, bishop h6, which is something I quite like. I want to take a look at international master Yuri Lapshin's game. After that h6, white opted not to go for the endgame with trading on f6. Still looks very equal. Interesting how Thomas Kong is provoking Lapshin into forking the queen and the knight, because he's probably playing the queen to d2, and then d takes c3 would run into bishop h7 check. Lapshin did not fall for that. He played c5 and said, nice try. Queen g3, knight e4. Okay, white will be down a pawn, but with a very active rook. Very active indeed. Thomas Kung has less than 2 minutes. But it's a bit of an easy position to play. He doesn't seem to be in trouble. Looks like a very drawish, equal material queen endgame. Tarini's game has also ended. Let's see what happened here. Knight takes e5. I predicted that black would play knight takes e5 followed by knight f7 here. That's what happened. Queen c3, knight f7. White is down a pawn, but that is a very strong dark squared bishop. There's no way white is objectively worse here. h3 seems to be a strong move, taking g4 away from the knight. f4 also seems to be strong. Bishop takes and queen to e5. f6. Check and bishop d7. Pawn to f5. Rook hc8. Takes on b7. And then we had ourselves a draw by repetition. Maximo Tola seems to have had a bit of a lucky escape here. Because Tarini can keep playing this position. You know, when you're playing somebody that's way higher rated, you give him respect. But Black's king is so much more exposed than White's. Material is equal, 7 pawns each. But after queen f4, there's no way White's not better. Way better. Better king, better bishop, better pawns. MD Knight following us. Nice to have you here. Get the points, move on. Yeah, it's, you know, everybody's tired at this point, right? It's the end of the second round of the day. It's it's a result that's going to put her in a good position in the standings, win her some rating points. There's all of that. But she did have a better position with 17 minutes on the clock against 12, right? 2 rounds in a day, and then that repeats itself 4 days in a row, right? There's that. I think everybody thinks about, okay, maybe a couple of rounds I can get a quick draw and have some rest, right? Because it can get pretty brutal. So let's see. My chess student Aaron was proposing the A5 idea for Grandmaster Rahul, and that's exactly what he did. Without playing the rook to b8, Aaron, you see? He does not want to give up control of the d2 square. Queen e2, queen takes e2. A takes b4. Tang decides not to take the pawn. If he takes rook to b8, bishop to d2, bishop to f8, that pawn is a goner anyway. And he's still playing for a win. He wants a passed pawn. Such a fighter. That can mess with your head, you know? Playing against the guy that plays an equal position in a way that looks like he's got an advantage. That's what it looks like here. That Andrew Tang is playing this position as if he has an advantage all along. Say, no, I'm playing for a win. Rook to c3. Rook c3 is strong. It not only attacks the bishop, but there's rook b3 check next as well. He was worse and refused the draw. That's it. That's Andrew Tang for you. He's the top seed, right? And he's behaving accordingly, you know, with the right level of ambition. We last looked at Barboza Brodsky when Barboza played rook a1. Now queen to c2. Rook takes a8, rook takes a8. Queen to b4. Then knight e2. Bishop e5, h6. Very nice, sober move by Brodsky. He wants to ensure that his king has a little air to breathe on h7 before he goes on the offensive. Queen to c5 and knight to d4. Okay, that's all she wrote. Fantastic game by David Brodsky, and Barboza will likely resign this position right now. What an attack. He wants to take the bishop and checkmate on g2, or he wants to take on f3, sacrifice the queen on h2, and deliver an Arabian mate. That's pretty impressive. Barboza might resign this one. After rook c3, Andrew Tang played bishop d2. Rook check, king to c2. Rook a3, bishop takes b4, check, king to d3. Well, this is comfortable for Rahul now because he knows he can take the a4 pawn and he can't lose because the position is dead even, with the exception that Black's rook is a bit more active and Black's king is a bit safer. And Andrew Tang has a minute and a half. So there can only be two results now, barring, of course, a blunder. Either it's a draw, most likely, or if anybody's going to win, it's got to be Rahul now. No, he offered a draw while he captured on a4, and Andrew Tang accepted it. And if that's the case, yeah, it's hard. Yeah, I'm saying that maybe Black can play for a win, but if White plays rook b1 and protects the bishop, how can Black take advantage of White's exposed king? It's very hard to imagine that can happen. Yeah. Okay. So, since we had a draw on board number 1 and board number 4, we can only have two players with a 100% score. And that's David Brodsky, and that's going to happen. There's no way he doesn't win this game. And the winner of Liam Putnam versus Maxim Novik, which was looking pretty equal. We stopped here on move 32. Pawn to a4, bishop to c4, bishop takes e3, rook takes c2. Yep. Bishop takes d4, rook c2. Very equal, with Black maybe pushing because of having more time on the clock. Whoops. f3, f5. King e2, king f6. King d1, g5. Bishop a6, bishop c3. F takes c4, f takes c4, rook to e2, rook to e5, rook to c2. Rook to c5, king to e2, king to e5. This is pretty dead drawn. Novik wants to keep playing because he can't lose, and he knows he can't lose, and he's the one with a passed pawn, and he's the one with more time on the clock. But no, it is an opposite colored bishop endgame, and it's a classic draw because there's no way that Black can overcome White's light squared blockade. So as it stands, if this does end in a draw, then David Brodsky is going to be the only player with 3 out of 3. And he's really going to be the player of the tournament. Let's take a look at how Andrei Maximenko defeated Luke Hoffman. He had obtained a very good advantage in the opening. We stopped here after knight e5. So bishop takes g5, queen b6, bishop to e3. He took the pawn, the famous poison pawn on b2. Knight d3 check, bishop takes, and kingside castling. Queen to c2 and queen to f3. Pawn to d2 is a defensive measure against rook c1. He's not trying to promote. White has way too many pieces guarding the promotion. But now pawn to d6, and this pawn becomes a problem. Rook to d8, queen takes b7, and pawn to e6. Bishop takes f6. Interesting. There's a winning line. There's a winning line for white. This bishop cannot be captured. If it's captured, then check. And white will win this queen. All that white needs to do is force black's king to go to e7 so the knight can attack it with the check, and then the queen on c2 will hang. So if you keep that in mind, there's a check and then a pawn check. The king now has to go to e7, and then we can get the discovered check that wins the queen. But Luke Hoffman plays bishop takes f6, going for a draw by perpetual here. So bishop e5, I don't know if it's a draw by perpetual or maybe even or could actually be a win. No, it's a win, right? If bishop takes d8, then bishop check, king here, bishop to g3. King g1, rook sacrifice, followed by queen h7 and queen h2 checkmate. So check, check again, check, and mate. So bishop e5, quite the move by Grandmaster Maximenko. Because then if bishop takes e5, there's queen b5 check. Bishop takes, check, takes the bishop, protects the knight. The promotion of the pawn is controlled as well, and white is winning a piece. So kingside castling, bishop takes d6, and rook takes d6. I have this on the engines now, and black missed the draw. Black missed a forced draw. That's pretty cool. Queen takes c3 is a fantastic move, which forces a draw. Sacrifices the queen for the knight, because after bishop takes c3, this is no longer a win, but it is a draw. So now after bishop takes d6, this is winning for white again, given the material advantage. takes b8, queen takes d4. White safely takes the pawn on d2. There are no back rank problems. Queen to d6 and black resigned. Pretty cool. Barboza did resign. Barboza did resign after knight d4. He played queen c8 check, king h7, and queen f8, threatening checkmate in 1. On g7, black will defend with either f6 or knight e6. He plays f6. Then we have g5. Bishop takes f1. And white resigned. There's really nothing the g pawn can do. Advances itself to g6. The king takes. And then there's nothing, right? There's like one more check and the checks are over. So let's see if... What a day for David Brodsky. 2 games, 2 wins, beating a GM, beating a fellow GM as black on the second game. Nice to be David Brodsky today. King d4, rook d1 check. King e5, rook c1, king d4. Liam is very much satisfied with the draw here. Okay, we have a draw. Okay, how many moves? How many moves have they repeated? No. Is this a DGT thing? Because they are on move 51 and the third repetition happened on move 48. Take a look. It's the first time, move 44. This is move number 44. We get this diagram. Then on move 46 again, and on move 48 again. So they had a fourth repetition here, and no official result yet, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this game already ended as a draw by threefold repetition. Lin Chizu's game has ended as well in a draw. Black chose not to take the pawn, played g5 instead. Nice and sober. H takes g5 and bishop g6. Rook d1. Rook f7 check. King to d8 is forced. And we have ourselves a draw by repetition. Lin Chizu should be very happy with this draw. He was a bit worse in the position, and he was a lot worse on the clock. Maximenko's game finished. Corley did defeat Aiden Rice, but yeah, we looked at that one. Kevin George defeated Joshua Altman. We stopped here. He played a5, queen g5 check, and queen to g4. And the Lichess engine does not like this move one bit. Why not? So takes. Oh, because black could play the idea of rook d8. Followed by rook d1, and there's no queen c8 check. Okay. And then what? Wow. There was a forced draw for black with pawn to a7, rook g1 check, king to h3. It appears that white is winning. Thank you so much, Aaron. Absolutely. Tomorrow, same time, 12 p.m. Eastern Time for round number 4 and 6 p.m. Eastern Time for round number 5. 4.5 hours of coverage in each round. Be sure to tune in tomorrow, my friend. And it was awesome having you here discussing the games with us in so many different moments. Have a good night, my friend. Yeah, and the stream is about to come to an end, right? But this was it. Queen to g4, and it's a draw by repetition. Queen c4, rook d2, queen g5, and queen d5. Fantastic placement of the queen in the center, preventing rook d8, preventing rook a8. Go Irish! How are you doing? Thank you, Felix. Thank you. Thank you so much. We're all a little bit tired at this point, right? It's 10 p.m. Eastern Time in New York. It's 11 p.m. my time in Brazil. But the awesome chess action is always worth it. Let's see how this game ended. Rook e8, queen to d7. Queen takes d7, rook takes d7. This is not a very... Rook e5 looks pretty weird. This looks very, very weird by Altman. This rook should be on a8. That forces rook d5, which protects the pawn but doesn't advance it. By playing rook e5, he's letting this pawn get to the 7th rank. That was a big mistake, probably. And now a pretty good move. e5 followed by e6, and that's just over. That is really just over now. Nice win by Kevin George. He's winning a bunch of endgames. Mark Paragua had a bit of a bad position out of the opening, but he won. Let's see how. GMs will be GMs, huh? They will find a way. A3, rook to D8, queen to B4, queen to E5. Knight takes C6, BC6, G3, rook takes D1 check, and queen H5. Queen takes A4, queen takes H2, queen takes C6, and queen takes G3. Okay, now black has real counterplay because of the H pawn. Real counterplay. White should have taken with the knight here. That defends B2, keeps H2 defended, and this pawn is going to be captured. Unless queen b5 is played, but then we can trade the queens, attack this pawn, put the knight on d5 so this pawn doesn't advance, and black is doing really poorly here. Rook takes d1, queen h5. Rook f1, h5, knight d5. Queen g2, queen c4. That's how Marc Braga found his way towards a win. Now he pins the knight with bishop h6. f4, bishop takes f4. Rook takes, queen g3. Check, king to b1. White wants to play rook takes g6 check. King g7 does not let that happen. So then we have queen to f1, which looks really weird because there are no threats on the f file. The rook has to be moved back, not the queen. There. And then g5. g5 and f5. f7 and a4, g4 and a5, g3, rook takes f7 check, king takes and queen f3, queen g5 and queen d5. No perpetual check, no chance. F4, queen c8, queen f5. Queen g8, queen f3. a6, h2, check. Queen g2, queen b7. Mark Braga wins. And Mark Braga finds a way to win this one. Pretty special. Let's take a look at Brian Lynn. He was able to win his King's Indian game with the black pieces. We stopped on move 17. When white played knight to e2, he captured the knight and played queen to f4. b4, knight d7, c5, and king f8. Bishop f4 and knight f6. The e4 pawn is protected by the rook. And he places the king on g7. Aggressive attacking move here by Brian. He wants this rook on g5. King here. A takes b4. He takes on c5 and plays c6. C takes, bishop takes. Nice little desperado to get one more pawn before taking the bishop here. King h2 and rook c2. Advances, check, king h1, rook e4, very pretty. Check, takes. Now, wow. Now, if white promotes a queen, he will be in a world of hurt because after a queen, there's rook check, check again, another check, pawn to f2, and the pawn promotes with check on the next move. And so promotes with the knight. King to h6, knight f6, rook f2 check, and Nathaniel Moore resigned the game. Another victory for black in what has been a tremendous day for the black pieces. Looks like Yuri Lapshin's game is still underway. We were looking at a very equal queen endgame. And Yuri Lapshin trying to play for a win with his passed pawn on the queen side. Couple more checks. He's really trying to win. Gotta give him that. White, of course, cannot trade queens. The pawn endgame would be completely lost. But black's king is far too exposed for him to be able to find safety. Also, board number 3 has not ended for real. They really did keep playing. They repeated moves like 4 times. They repeated move like 4 times. Oh, meu querido amigo e aluno. Muito obrigado pela sua presença, pela sua mensagem. Vai dormir, homem de Deus. 11h14 da noite. A dear student of mine from Brazil sending me a message. Rook c1, king d4. And then Novik, instead of repeating like for a 5th time, he plays a3. If they did repeat 4 times, why didn't Liam Putnam stop the clock, summon the arbiter? You know, it's what you do. Valeu, Fábio. Você continua com os grandes predecessores aí, bem firme. So my student told me that because it's 11:15 p.m. in Brazil, it's like, go to sleep. And it's like, well, now I can. I have just finished analyzing my one more game in the My Great Predecessors book series by Garry Kasparov. So he said, okay, now I can go to sleep. But I have to analyze one game per day. That's like a challenge he imposed on himself. So he's not allowed to go to sleep if he doesn't study one game from the book. Hard to believe that this game is still underway. There's just no way. This is not going to be a draw. There's just no way. But I need to know for sure. I'm so amazed that you're still here. I just sent a little message to my sources in New York. Like, are those two guys still playing? That's not possible. I can't believe it. Going back to Lapshin. Queen c4, queen c5. He's finally been able to stop the checks, but his pawn is not advancing. Okay, so I have gotten confirmation that their game did end in a draw finally. It's really on Lapshin now. And Thomas Kung is like, come on. Let's go to sleep. Mr. Lapshin. Let's just go to sleep. Lapshin is like, no, 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 no. I know I can't lose this endgame anyway. We will be here until tomorrow morning. Exactly. He's trying to. You only need one mistake, right? But it's just that the blocking is so exposed. Too many checks. Horizontal, vertical, diagonal, you name it. Too many. And since there has been no captures and no pawn advances since move 46, if we keep the trend of check, 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 this game is going to be over in about 20 moves. We are about 30 moves in the 50 move draw rule. So there's that. Okay, now if Yuri Lapshin is thinking about playing g6, so that resets the rule. and we are on move 74. Yeah, had if he moves a pawn, we get back to move 1 in that rule, and then can take a while. Pretty good move by Thomas. He's letting Lapshin know that he doesn't need to be giving checks all the time. If he places his queen in a position that does not allow the opponent to push the pawn, that's good enough. Maybe king to g2 now. Seven minutes for Lapshin. 12 seconds for Thomas. Queen to b1 check. King h2. stranger things have happened, but White's not going to lose this endgame because you know, Thomas is really giving out the impression that he knows what he's doing, he's focused. After 4.5 hours, he's not going to make a blunder and throw away a hard fought draw against an international master. He's not going to let it happen. And he understood that he doesn't need the checks all the time. It's a combination of giving checks, keeping his own king safe, while also preventing the advance of black's pawn to a4. And black can't solve all three of those problems at once. He can play the king back to h2 again. We are 35 moves deep into the 50 move draw rule. This is move number 81. The last pawn advance was on move 46. This will be a draw in 15 more moves. Lapshin might be thinking, I'm going to let this get to like move 47 and 48, and then I'm going to advance a pawn and start it all over again and start a new cycle around move 95 and go all the way to a move 145. And then once it gets to 145, it can make another pawn advance and go to 195 maybe. f3 check. 10 more moves. While we wait, there is an important game that we did not really see. Let's take a quick look at it. Board number 7. We had a draw between Michael Song and Eugene Yanait. We only looked at the first 8 moves. It ended in a draw, so a fantastic chess day for Eugene. You know, being rated below 2100. He beats a grandmaster as white and gets a draw with an international master as black. Not a bad day at the office there. We congratulate him. Black is extremely comfortable out of the opening here with the bishop pair. No real initiative for white. E5, knight f3. This is fizzling out to a pretty dead drawn position. King f7, king g3, king e6, knight f5. Takes. Michael Song was really still trying here. Michael Song played king to e3 and offered a draw. Good for Eugene. Very good for Eugene. Two more moves have been played in the Kung Lapshin saga. That's not even a game anymore. That's not even what it's called. Nine more moves. This is move number 41. This is move 89. 10 seconds for Thomas here to make his 90th move. He plays queen e6 check with 10 seconds on his clock. Now he's got 40 seconds. Yuri Lapshin has 4.5 minutes. White's queen has gotten too close. Black had to decentralize the queen in order to be able to support the a4 square and the advance of the pawn. So now it makes it easier for the white queen to have access to the king. He's just repeating now. Might Yuri Lapshin have given up? Move 94. We're going to get to the 50 move rule on move 97. But I believe the rule is Thomas Kung, if he wants to claim the draw, he needs to claim it. It's not an automatical draw like it is online once you get to move 50. Over a minute on the clock for Thomas. Queens cannot be traded. White loses the pawn endgame because of black's outside passed pawn. e7. So this is officially drawn now. All that Thomas needs to do is make one more move and summon the Arbiter. We have reached 50 moves without a pawn advance and without a capture. But he needs to be aware of it. He has not claimed the draw so far. You can stop the clock, Thomas. You are legally allowed, per the rules of chess, to press the clock on your turn. Your clock stops running. The Arbiter is summoned. The 50 moves are checked. And it's a draw. He looks a bit confused as to what he should be doing. Maybe he's realized that he's gotten there. This is move 99. I don't think he's aware either. This is always the type of game that we kind of hope would occur in the first round of the day, right? Not the second. Like everybody's like, even the arbiters right there at the playing hall. I know how the arbiters are like. They're like, I want to get something. I want to go to sleep, get something to eat, get something to drink, please. Sleep is overrated. You know what I'm thinking? Listen, if Thomas has not claimed the draw yet, that might mean he won't at all. And Lapshin is showing no indication that he's going to tip him off. Like, hey, you can, if you'd like a draw, you can call the arbiter. Go ahead. Doesn't look like doesn't look like he's gonna do that. And so we just might be here indefinitely. And we all might be here for a while, and then we're going to have to prove Amgar's theory that sleep is overrated. We're going to have to prove it. I'm not going anywhere. I'm a marathon runner when it comes to chess. I'm not a real marathon runner. But when it comes to chess, it's like, yeah, I am. Sprints. Oh, brother. Everybody, at this point, everybody, the arbiters, the opponent, the spectators, the streamer, everybody's just, come on, Yuri, please. Like, and Yuri, like, please, you guys are going to see. I can't wait to play G6. Then you guys are going to see. Wouldn't it be the craziest thing if he manages to play G6? Then Thomas might blunder a queen, like, uh, just because he can't take it anymore. Calvin, what are you still doing up? What a warrior you are. Okay, now we might be in for an actual threefold repetition. No, not yet. But this is twofold repetition. Yep, King G6. Last time we had this position. White played Queen C6 check last time. Maybe Yuri has given up. We have a draw, guys. Unfortunately, they shook hands. It's a repetition. I thought I thought we were going for the record here. I wanted 200 moves. I wanted a story I could tell my grandkids decades from now. Oh, you won't believe. There's this guy called Yuri Lapshin. Let Grandpa tell you what he did one day. So Grandpa was working, right? And then Grandpa was falling asleep, right? And then this Yuri Lapshin guy played G6 on move 11 and 8. Oh no, he didn't, Grandpa. Oh yes, he did. There, King to G6. We probably had Queen C6 check. So we only have one player with a 100% score, and that is David Brodsky. There were moments today where it seemed like either Andrew Tang or Rahul Srivastava would have joined him. Oh, King G1 is the final move that was played there. Wow, and These guys love chess. They're going to be there analyzing it together. Fantastic. You know what? We're going to be here until they finish analyzing. How about that? We're going to wait until they finish analyzing. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. that has been good enough of a chess day. Over 9 hours of broadcast today. So the idea is 4 hours and a half per round. This is already 4 hours and 41 minutes for round number 3. The host has had enough. All right, guys. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being here with me. You guys are champs. And tomorrow, round number 4 begins at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, 9 a.m. Pacific Time. I will see you guys tomorrow for round number 4, and we will see if Grandmaster David Brodsky of the United States of America will continue his hot streak. Have a good night, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow.